Okay guys, before we get going, let's run through the tools that I'm likely to use today. I've got a drill, I've got this crazy big hole saw kind of drill bit on the end of it. Not really required, a drill's probably going to help you. I've got various little bits of sandpaper, there's just 8 to grit sandpaper, rolled up, folded up, stuck around a bit of ABS to give me a flat edge. I have a deburrer, not really going to need it, helps me, makes it faster. You can always use the sandpaper where this is used. I've got a square file, you could use one of the smaller kind of needle files as long as it's got a flat edge. Pencil, always handy. And I have got super glue and activator. Again, super glue will work fine by itself. I have roller masking tape. I have our good old friends, the Cheers. And I have my Dremel with a sanding bob and some kind of grinding head as well. I also have a couple of clips which we may or may not use as we go into the build. Okay, let's get started. Oh, I also have a cup of tea, quite essential. Okay, let's go. Let's start with all the components that you get straight out of the box. So we've got 6 vac form parts: the faceplate, the visor, left and right helmet sides, and the chin cup. And you also get all these lovely components to finish the helmet off. So we have the liner, decals, some fixings, visor, snout greeblie, elastic, and the screws for fixing the visor in place on drilling away. So we have 2 sets of the Waterslide decal, just because potentially this is an easy part to mess up. If you're not that familiar with applying these, well, you've got a backup. Okay, so that's everything that is in the kit. Now let's talk about how you put this together. Okay, so there are a lot of variables on this helmet. We've got these 2 pieces that we need to put together. We've got these 2 pieces that we need to put together, and it's pretty much all governed by the size of this piece, because this is our single piece and this cannot vary in any way, shape or form. So basically we need to build these, the back and the visor to fit this piece. And that is the trick. So let's get started nice and quickly. First of all, we need to put the back together. And this will come supplied with some pencil lines on there that give you a good idea of where to trim this out to. So let's go ahead and trim this out. In fact, before we do any of that, you don't have to do this at this point, but I recommend trimming out these ears. We've got a lot more access because it's in half, and you don't really want to spend a good few hours putting this together only to discover that you mess this up and that this piece is not any use. Okay, so I'm going to trim these out first. I'm going to use a Dremel. You can use whatever you want to use. I like to use a Dremel. I'm using the sanding head. It's quite a used one as well. Really, it needs a change, but just before I start, I've not really, I've not marked these, but you can see in there, if you look inside, you can see where it goes rough. This was made from a helmet where these were trimmed out. So you've got a good indication of what's going on just from how rough it is, but it should be something like that. I don't know if you can pick that up on camera. I'll trim it out and then we'll have a look exactly what it looks like. Okay, I've removed the majority of the meat that I want taken out of there. And I can just tidy the edge up a little bit now. Right, if you can see that, there you go. So I'm just going to tidy the edge of that up with a little bit of sandpaper. Just going to go and get my sandpaper. We have a little bit of 80 grit sandpaper that's all folded on itself. Just makes life easier for me. Just gives it a little bit of strength and I can get in there. You could use a file. Just cleaning the edge up a little. I don't know if you can see it, but on this back edge just here, you kind of want that straight, and if it doesn't look too straight, you can just make it straight with your sandpaper. You can get it from inside as well if you want to have a go. But yeah, that kind of works. The sandpaper element you can always do when it's fully built anyway, that's not really an issue, but that's what we're going for. Later on in the build it will have some black tape on the inside of there, which is not supplied with the kit just because we buy quite a big roll of it, but you could always paint that area as well. But just on the inside, this area is black. You could paint the whole thing black if you wanted to, just so that when you look through there you don't see white, you see blackness. You'll have a bit of a burr on there, you can get inside. Now from the outside it looks fairly straight, but from the inside it doesn't look too straight. Don't know why I stuck my fingers in there, but I did. It doesn't look too straight, but it does from the outside, and that's the bit that matters. Okay, once we've got those done, we just basically got to trim the helmet up to give us a straightish line around the whole helmet. You can imagine it laying flat. That's what we're going for. I'm going to cut a bit more of the excess off. So I'm cutting pretty close to the line. We just want our two halves to sit together nicely. got as much off with the shears as I can. I'm just going to try and flatten this off now with the Dremel, and then I'll probably use a little bit of sandpaper. So I've got a deburring tool, and I'm just taking the any flashing off the inside. You can do this with sandpaper. This is just a little bit quicker. Okay. You should have approximately 3.5 centimeters, maybe a little bit less, between this detail and the edge of the helmet. That's going to give you a gap of around 7 across the back of the helmet here. Should give you a gap of about 7 centimeters between these 2 points. Rock and roll. Okay, I'm going to take this in position just to have a look see what we've got. There are going to be a couple of areas that I may want to tweak, and we can talk about them as we see them. So this is super flimsy right now, and it just wants to fall apart. There's nothing holding it together whatsoever. So because we've done that straight, because of the curvature of the helmet, we've got an overlap here that we need to deal with. And what we're going to find is all of these points here, all these internals, so that one, this one, and this one here, you're going to have that same effect going on. So you almost need to sand them at a bit of an angle. Let's just nip that off so we can line it through. So at the back here, I want this to line through. That's quite important. And then the same with the front. And it's a line through the two halves where the bottom meets. Want it to run through, and then that piece, and then these ridges. So these lining through here, the bottom lining through, that's what we're looking for. Don't worry about this opening or any gaps you've got. Not concerned about them. This big one in the middle here, I'm just going to manipulate the plastic a little bit. So this is not meeting as you may want it to, but at this point, do not worry about that. Yep, we want to get that to line through there. And then I want to take a measurement here. So I've got 13.5. No, I've got 13 centimeters from these 2 points. That's on the outside. Just have a look, see if I'm happy with that. Yep, I've got 13 here as well. That's good. So that's what I want, because when the helmet's all sitting together, you need enough gap on the insides here for that elastic to sit. Yeah, you don't want it super snug, but you also don't want it too baggy. So 13 is the magic number. I know that that is going to work with the faceplate when we get to putting the faceplate in there. So I'm quite happy with that. That's roughed out. Now, you may want to really go at this and try and tweak the join so that you've got no gaps, and you really don't need to, because it doesn't matter what you do, this is going to need filling, and the pieces don't align perfectly. Yeah, so there is going to be a little bit of room to maneuver here when we come to filling the helmet. So I would say don't worry about it. Don't beat yourself up trying to sand a bit here, sand a bit there. I don't think it's worth it. Right, I'm really happy with that. That's exactly how it needs to be. Okay, so I'm happy with the bottom. I'm happy with the gap we've got at the back between these two pieces, and everything's lining through pretty much as it needs to. All of this kind of crazy stuff that's going on here with these gaps, don't concern yourself with that. I'm going to show you how we deal with those as we move through sticking it together. So let's get some little bits of plastic and hold this together. So I want to hold this together now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little piece of plastic to hold it in the back on this return edge here, or down in the bottom even. Let's put a piece in there, and it's going to make this level, and it's going to hold this in position because we know that's exactly where we want it. Then we're going to do the same with the front here, probably in this area like this. And then we'll probably stick the piece in there in the top, and then we'll see where this is going. You're still going to be able to move this around at this point, but let's get something in there, and we're starting to firm it up, we're starting to hold it together. Okay, I'm going to use a little bit of super glue, certainly to put these little tab pieces in. Just a little bit of accelerator in there, kicker for the super glue. Don't need to use that if you've not got any. Super glue will work. It's fairly quick. Right, okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm holding the back of the helmet square across the bottom edge here, and these two pieces level, both halves level with each other. Stuck my finger to it, but that's okay. I do it all the time. Okay, so we've got the first piece in the bottom. You don't need to take your masking tape off, I'm doing it for the camera. Right, let's get another piece in this front section. We're just trying to hold it together. I'm just using tiny little pieces of ABS. So let's put the accelerant on. I have to hold it a certain way, so I might not pick it up on camera, don't worry about it. All I'm doing is spraying a bit of that spray into position. Okay, I'm going to drop that piece in there. Eventually it goes, there we go. So I've dropped that piece in behind there, and I've got everything flush exactly how I want it. So I don't know if you can catch it, it's just inside of there. But what I've done is I've stuck it so that this is quite square here, and that both sides line up. If you want to, you can clamp it, but what I would say with that, just make sure that it doesn't splay it apart and that it's holding everything straight where you need it. See this? This is what we want straight. Okay, that's gone now. So we've got the back at the bottom glued, fixed, and the front. Okay, now all the rest we can manipulate around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick this piece in the top. So I've got a piece here, let's just have a look. That's too big. Let's cut it off around there. I want this to go in this flat area of the helmet. Okay, so it's oversized. Usually we're going to use a strip that's quite thin to join it. But here, where we've got plenty to play with, I'm going to put a big strip in. This is not my idea. This was how the production made helmet came to us, that the casting was made for this. There are pictures, I believe there are pictures of one with like a big round on the top as well. It's all good. Right, so I'll spray my activator in there. I have to have this horizontal to spray it, so that's why you can't see it too good. Okay, that's going to drop into there. So again, I'm going to super glue this. This makes it a lot faster. Right, now then, there's an important thing to do here. We need both halves of the helmet to be flat. So I'm going to use the flat of the table to make sure this is applied evenly. Later on, as we come to glue these sections, I'm going to use the table and we're going to rock it on the curves, and we're going to use the table for the flat edges again. Okay, so that's gone now. So now we've got this flat piece in. But as you can see, we've still got an ugly looking gap here. But if I push that into position, these are going to become level. That's what we want. So what I will do is, I'm going to take another piece of this. See how this is going to want to go together. Yep, just like that. So I'm just going to bend this a little bit with my fingers, just so it's kind of got a pre-bend to follow this contour. Okay, I'll put my accelerator in there just to make life easier. Means I won't be holding it quite as long. Okay, I'm going to get my little piece of plastic. I don't know if you can see that. I'm going to put it so that it's even with the two halves, and I'm going to press it down, and I'm just going to roll on that curve that we want. I don't know if you can see, there's a gap there now. Get it on the overhead. Don't know if you can see that gap. I want to bring these two pieces so that they meet in the middle. So one of them is compressing a little bit and one of them is coming out to meet it. See, it's only very slight. You see that gap there? So I'm going to bring two pieces to meet together. One's coming in a little, one's coming out a little. Okay, sounds more complicated than it is. So again, a little tab of plastic. It's going to sit on the inside. Don't know if you can see that. It's going to sit on the inside, just here. And what I'm going to do, as I said, I want to bring those two pieces together. So I'll put my activator on just to make this go off a little bit quicker. Okay, I'm going to drop it into position. Now it's going to meet the first piece and it's not going to meet the second one. So I'm going to use the edge of the table take your time. Right, so let's see if you can see that. So those two pieces have come together. We've got a bit of something going on there, but when we fill it, we're going to get rid of that. And don't forget, at this point here, when we sand it to bring it level, we're not going to sand a hole in it because directly behind it is another thickness of plastic. Okay, that is, in principle, that is what we need to do now. Round the whole helmet, fill all the little gaps. Any gaps on the inside that you can see, all need filling so that, all need covering so that when we fill it, nothing comes into the helmet. Okay, so we'll go through that. Glue everything in place, and then we're going to end up with the back of the helmet looking something very similar to this. This has not been sanded yet, I don't want to sand it. This is how it goes together, everything lining through. Pretty flat together. There's our 7 centimeters, there's our 13 centimeters across the bottom, that's to the outside. Okay, so that's pretty much the back of it, the rough build of the back. Then we can focus our attention on how we make this and this and this all work together. Okay, now it may surprise you to learn that this also involves trimming and sanding. So I'm going to get as much out. I've got pencil marks to guide me on the piece, so I'm going to cut as close as I can because the more material I can remove with these, the quicker it's going to be. However, I'm not interested in this front, don't care about that at all. The bit that I am interested in is this back section here, and in particular this corner here, because this is where this faceplate and this visor are going to meet. Yeah, down in this corner. So this area here is the bit that I'm super interested in right now. So I'm just going to trim that up. This front I don't care about. This piece I don't care about. Here we can trim that up to that pencil line. And you shouldn't be having any issues with that. Okay, I'm going to trim up to the pencil line there and down the back edge here. So the back is quite thin. This section here is the piece that needs to come over the mechanism here. And if you can see that, but this is what holds the visor up when you click the helmet into the up position. And the problem you're going to have, if that back piece is too thick, it's not going to clear that. We want that to clear the little nub there. Can you see it on the overhead maybe? Let's see if you can see it. Let's try it this way. So as it comes, so the helmet's flexing to allow that to go past. If you've got too much there in that thickness, it's never going to work. So it's important to get this trimmed out as it's marked up on the lines. This is, I can't take any credit for this. This is just from studying helmets that were already built. I've not worked anything out here. We looked at the original helmet, looked at all the sizes, made templates from it, and that allows us to basically reproduce that on the replica. Okay, I'm going to Dremel that out, trim that out. We may tweak these back edges when we're trying to get the facing, but we shall see. Okay, I mean it takes no time to trim those out. Trim the face out now, ready to accept the pieces. Again, the bottom, not interested in. We can leave all of this for now. I'm going to come up the side here slightly, and this side. We're just leaving a little bit between the kind of the edge of the faceplate. Almost would think of this as the return. Treat this as a return edge, so that's our line. We'll just leave all that for the time being. And then you'll see on the edge of here, we don't mark this with a pencil mark because there's no point. You can see a nice flat edge, gives you about 5-6 millimeters. Don't know what it is in inches. I've marked it with a pencil line just so you can see it, but you can clearly see the flat because of the process of vac forming. We want an angle away from everything rather than just be flat all the way, and so that's why you've got that shape there. And then again here, I mean, you can see it in the forming itself. So I'm just going to remove this excess. Get the bulk of it away with the shears. Then I can get in there with the Dremel just to finish it off. Okay, so I've just trimmed the side, trimmed off the high spots, missed that one. I'm going to highlight it there. So I don't know if you can see that, but I don't know if you can see it on the overhead. It's got a bit of a flare there, and I need this to be perfectly flat. I'm much happier with that. Okay, so when we come to, I'm going to prep this now for when we attach this visor part. And this area here, and the same on the other side, and a little section on the top, those are the only parts that get glued. Okay, so all of this remains unglued. I wouldn't glue this, wouldn't glue there, all this top area. And the reason for that is because you're going to flex everything out of shape. We just want to follow the contour of the visor and the faceplate, and those are the only points of contact. If you try and make this fit, you're going to have problems. So I'm just sanding this down, just getting this flat. I want it nice and flat. Roughed up, it's going to take the glue well. Right, okay, at this point I'm going to take out the squares on the visor there, and I'm also going to take out the visor area on this piece. So if you look at the outside, you've got a rough idea, you can see it, but if you look to the inside, then it's clear as day. And again, we don't need to mark it. You can't really miss that. What you can see in there is the masking tape that was attached to the outside when we made the mould of the original helmet. Just need some access holes to get my Dremel piece in. But as I've got this big fat hole saw on, just taking a bit out, it's going to make the dremeling less. Right, I've got a bit of a grinding kind of Dremel piece for this. It's quite a savage little bit, this. Wow, it's hot. So I've just chomped that section out. Now I'm going to tidy it up with the Dremel. Okay, that's the majority of the plastic we don't want removed. You may come back to it with some sandpaper, but I can do that when the visor's installed anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. Okay, let's get these squares opened up here. Okay, I've made a nice hole. I'm going to open it up with the file, and the object of this is to allow this square on the base of the screw there to sit inside the plastic. You're aiming for a fairly snug fit. I've got a big fat square file. You could use a small needle file, the flat edge. I mean, these Return the Jedi helmets, they were really pushing the boundaries with what you could do with vac formed plastic. Lovely design, this. Almost there. There we go, that's what we want. That's how we want it, so that it just pushes in, sits nice and square. Ooh, that's a satisfying click, wasn't it? Just err on the side of caution. A tiny bit more. Make sure it's square. Still a little bit more. It's worth getting into them corners, make sure they're not rounded and they're as square as you can get them. You don't want to go too big. Oh, we're in. Nice. Right, okay. So we're going to attach this. into our faceplate. And I want to cut this a little bit closer there. So this edge needs to sit inside this piece of the visor. So we've got this corner needs to go to the corner of this visor. Now I can see that I can't touch the side because this is too deep. So I'm just going to remove some of this. I think I talked about this earlier, that we might be looking at this area. I think we want the return edge about this deep, but we can bring it a little bit closer on the back than it is on the front. As you can see, what we're doing round the back of here is pretty important. It's going to mess your build up. If you think you can't see it, it doesn't matter. It really does matter, that piece. Right, I'm trying that in there now, and I'm quite happy. But I can't get everything to lay flat because there's still a bit too much of this corner. I'm going to take it off. So this edge here, it really disappears down this bottom edge. We want to get rid of that. Okay, soften that up, see what we think. Much better. Yeah, I'm liking that. Yep, I'm liking that. Okay, I've got a little piece here. I've made to go in the top. So how I've made this, I'll give you some dimensions. From the arc to the outside, it's about 33 millimeters. And this is eventually going to sit in between these two pieces. And it's going to hold the visor together. So I've templated the front of the helmet there. Okay. and this is how big I want this piece. So I'm going to mark the inside of here and this one. Okay, now that tells me where my faceplate needs to sit. Let me clamp that in place. That's going to help me explain things a little bit. No, I've not trimmed this bit of face out. Let me do this one. Trim the other side out, not this side. Let's just cut that down there. Okay, and then I've got this ugly flared piece here, which is just going to cause me problems, and I don't like that. I'm just going to remove a little bit of that. Okay, so I've marked with our template, it's 33 millimeters from there to there. It's not square, it's got that curve. Okay, I've marked it on the inside of there. That's where I want my faceplate to sit. So I've got my little clamp on, got it in position. If you've got a third hand for this, because you're some kind of like mutant, then this bit's going to be a doddle. If, like me, you're struggling with a clip that keeps wanting to fall off, you're not going to look as successful at this. Right. This clip might not have been the best clip to pick for this job. Try something else. There we go. Okay, so I've got about a 35mm gap here, because we're going to put a piece in the front and we still want that piece to fit in there. We've got a gap at the back, which is going to give us some clearance when we start opening the helmet. This is firmly in the corner here. Okay, and this is in the corner here. Now, one last thing I'm going to look at. What I want to see really is, I want to see this quite square with this. Okay, it's not a million miles out. Okay, I'm happy with that, because I know that I've got a little bit of flex. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's quite square on. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mark the inside here. I'm going to mark the inside here. We also want this to kind of run down the faceplate and the visor. Now, it's not going to run flush all over, but we'll get to that. Right, so as we look at this, we have got this corner marked here, and we've got a point marked at the top. I'm just going to offer it back up and have a little reassess. Make sure I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy. So I'm going to attach this to this, and I'll show you how I'm going to do it. I'm going to add a little bit of activator in there. And I'm going to apply some glue just on this edge. Okay. I'm going to offer it back in. I've drawn my line so I know exactly where I'm going. Just eyeball it all round. Looks good. Looks good. You can see that kind of line there. It's not perfect. Yeah, kind of kicks down here. That doesn't follow that line perfectly. It isn't going to. So I'm happy with that. We're kind of looking square on there with the nose. We've got flex in this yet because everything is going to be flexing. Right, okay, so we've got 1/2. It's attached. It's not permanent. If I want to take it off, I could get it off. But at this point, I'm not going to need to get it off. I'm happy with that. So I'm going to repeat this exercise with the other side, and I'm slipping the visor that's loose inside the other piece. And again, we've got our mark at the top, so we know where we're going there. I'll try and put this clip on, but it's not the best clip in the world. Yeah, you don't need all the top gear to build these helmets. So I want to take a little bit more off this corner just to get it to sit down inside of there. Yeah, and I'm going to take it off the face because I want that to sit a little bit nicer. Okay, at this point I'm just going to trim that off as well. Okay, it's a bit nicer. Bum, 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 bum. Right, let's hold that in the something like the area that we want. Almost did it. Okay, I'm going to make that flex. So this corner, as you're looking at it, this side, this is the trickier one of the two. And I'm going to mark it on the back where I want to cut it out because I'm sure I can get that to fit a bit nicer. You see that there? You in position. Get our 33 mil, 34, 35, I think it's 35. Yeah, that's much nicer. So I'll stick this in position and then I'll show you what I did. So marked it, and we're just going to do exactly what we did earlier on. Glue, Okay, slide that in. Hold that in position with the line you've marked. All looks good. Right, let this go off and then I'll show you what we've got. Okay, what have we got? So we've got some flexibility in the visor. We're obviously built to the faceplate. We've got the faceplate glued from this area to down in this corner. Likewise over here, only in this position. Okay, this is all open, there's a slight gap. That's how it is. Yeah, and we've got this flex. That's going to allow us to fit this to the helmet and then decide where we're going to put our joining piece. Okay, flex is the name of the game. I might have got a bit eager there. Oh, no, I'll be alright. Right, so we've got the helmet down and everything is looking nice. Yep, we're lining up, can do with, yep, that's going to work. Yep, that's all going to work. So I've got the helmet as far down as it's going to go. I'm having to push it because we've got some slight overlap and trimming issues going on. Don't worry about that too much. So I'm just going to mark that line, just getting it something similar to what I've got with this line. Just eyeball it. As long as these pieces overlap, we're not going to have a problem. They do overlap. Okay, now here I'm going to cut at a slight angle because of that curvature. Just going to cut an angle there. Okay. So that's kind of, I think that's all looking good. This is in place. We're stuck to the face and we've kind of got a straight line there. Certainly when that's pushed down. Straight enough. Just going to pop these out. There's a bit of in and outing going on at this part of the build, but nobody ever complained about that. Right, very straightforward. Let's just have that off. That's out of there. I've got a nice bit of ABS with sandpaper and super glue to it. On one side we've got the sandpaper edge and on the other side we've got no sandpaper. So I'm going to use that so I don't scratch the rest of the job up. Right, that is my perceived straight edge that we just marked. I'm happy with that. Let's put her back in again. Hope you're all following this. Fasten her up. I think it's worth noting that every helmet that we build the faceplate is made to fit the back of the helmet. If there's any slight variation in the back of the helmet, that faceplate is going to fit it, because they were always together. They're always a pair, a couple, married till the end of time. Right, I've got all this back in position. I'm pushing this down as far as it will go. It still doesn't want to because we've got some trimming to do, but it's going enough for me to mark this. Okay, so I want to cut the other side now. I'm just going to pop that out, position it on top. So there was our template line, that was our guide. This is our finished line. Looks a little bit different. Okay, just clean that up again. Right, offer them two together. Not took enough out of there. Okay, so I'm happy with that. What I'm going to do here is put a little clip on the back. So now the back of the visor is touching the faceplate, and I'm going to put a little tab across the front. Spray through on the front of there. Right, at this point in time, what I'm more concerned about is this being straight across. And I'm putting a little tab in the front of there, preferably without getting it all over my fingers. I think I picked it up. Okay. Right, drop it in, it's half and half over each piece. Not happy how it's sat in there. Again, I'm going to use a table. I'm holding the faceplate kind of where I want it to be. I'm pushing down with middle finger to make sure that they're even across the top. That hasn't taken at all. I think I rubbed it all off on my fingers. Let's try that again. Right, let's try and offer this up in a way that I'm a bit more prepared. Right, drop it in there. Okay, so what I've done, as I've stuck that tab in the front there, I've held these two level across the bottom, tried to hold these two level across there, and I've tried to hold this in a position where I want it. And it's kind of worked. Right, so now let's see if my piece drops in, and it does. So I'm going to stick this piece to the inside there. So it's going to go inside, but it's going to be in that kind of position, and it's going to give this strength and hold it all together, the top of the visor. Okay, so I'm going to do that by putting a bit of activator in there, bit of super glue on there, get my flat surface with all that junk. Oh, I dropped it in and it turned over. There we go. That's much better. That's gone already. Right, so what we've got now is fairly straight here and here. Don't worry about this bit too much. It's a bit loose and it's going to get trimmed off anyway, this front edge. Not bothered about that. What I've got is this, this and this, which I'm happy with. Okay, now I want the face. I'm going to glue the face in now, and I want the face to go forward right up to my joining piece that we just put in, the nice shaped one. And I want to bring these down, these two down to meet it. So what I will do is I'll mark that. Okay, I can see where my glue's going. I will bend it out of the way. Can you see that? Can you see my line that I've just drawn? You can see the whole helmet's flexing as I'm doing that. It's going to do that for the rest of its life, but some of the time you're going to need it to do that when you're getting it on and off, for example. Right, let's get that in position. Right, while I'm holding that and it's going off, I'm just taking a look to see if this looks fairly square with this. I say fairly because helmets aren't symmetrical in Star Wars, even this one. But that is looking rather nice. Okay, my glue's gone off. I've got a little bit of a gap at the back there. There's a bit of a gap there. We're going to put a little tab in there, but that is the clearance to allow this part of the helmet to come past this bulge here. So that is important. Okay, let's give it a quick try. And we're almost there on the build element. The final element now after this will be filling, sanding, painting, finishing. So I just want to show you one more thing before we go today. Okay, so I'm going to run my pencil around the top to give me the space that I need. It's more the front. The sides has got a couple of millimeters that I don't want to add to that. Okay, so I'm going to trim that away, but let's give it a try. Are you ready? That's the bit we need to remove. Beautiful. I'm very happy. We've not even joined all the back of it. We didn't need to. So that is the build of the Scout helmet. All we need to look at now is filling, painting and finishing. building Scout Trooper helmet. Let's continue from the point that we left off. We've got the main bulk of the assembly complete. We've got the back together, we've got the peak together, it's all attached to the front, and we've got a flipping up and down helmet. Really flipping good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to trim this helmet up to its final shape, and then we're going to address the problems we've got with the seam on the visor and down the main bulk of the helmet. I'm going to show you how we get rid of that problem. Let's go. So I'm going to pull this out. Right, now I usually start on this one. Don't know why, it's just my preferred method. There, she looks good there, doesn't she? So I'm going to trim this out. And what we're looking for here is just a return edge. It's not even particularly big. It's 3-4 mil maybe. And what it's doing is it's adding strength, because we've got that fold in the plastic. That return edge is going to add a lot of strength. So we've got some rough lines on the front here, but they were just rough to aid with the building until this point. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put kind of the finish marks on, and I'm just going to run my finger around it to get the kind of depth that I would like. So we don't need all this, we just need a few millimeters. This bit's going to be a fun bit, but don't worry about that, we'll get to that. Now you don't want this super thick, because you've got to get your head between these 2 points. It is going to flex, it's designed to do that, that's part of the putting on process. But you really don't need a whole heap of material there. And there are some parts on here where you may even be able to see the kind of the original trim line. So I'm just marking this to give me a little bit of a guide. So here we can see, certainly on this bit, you can really see where that original trim line was. So I would recommend following something like that. Okay, again up the side here, you don't want a whole lot of material, you don't need it. It's not serving any purpose. Let's trim it off there. And obviously make it look nice. Right, okay, yeah, everything's in that I want to be in. Right, so I'm going to trim this out. Now on the face, it's not, as we're looking at this, it's not a straight line, you know, we're not, from this point to this point is not a straight line. We've got a slight curve in the outside here. I don't know if you can see that, or if the camera's kind of picking that up too well. There's a curve, just follow it on that side. So you end a nice flowing curve, yeah? So just here we've got a curve. And we're going to trim it like that. This will be more apparent when we come to trimming this one, where there's a curve where you may not expect there to be a curve, but there is a curve, and it looks nicer when you put the curve in, believe you me. Okay, I've got my Dremel here, and I've got my new sanding bob. So this is a new sanding bob that Dremel have just put out. I've tried it, I quite like it. It's supposed to last a hell of a lot longer, and you can also cut holes with it as well, which could be good when you're doing the eyes on here. You can punch your hole straight in without drilling it. Not tried it. It's new technology, certainly to me. Comment below if this has been out for like months or years, and I've only just cottoned onto it. But anyway, here we go. I'm going to give this helmet a quick trim up, and then we'll do the faceplate. Here comes the noise. So here I'm going to turn that off. So here I'm going to get right into this corner and show you how that's going to work. So I need to get my sanding bit right into that corner that way and up into this way. Just taking that melted angry edge off with the deburrer. Just break all of that free. That's all the stuff we don't want. Okay, so now you should be able to see that we're cleaned up. We've got a nice thin edge. You get on there. You see that return edge. It doesn't need a lot, but it's giving it strength. That fold in the plastic is giving it a lot of strength. Yeah, you can probably just about see. And that's it, that's all we need all the way around. You can see there's not a huge amount on there. You can take a bit more off if you really want to. There are still imperfections in this, it's kind of got a point to it. We're going to get that when we fill it and sand it. That's basically trimmed out. Not a huge job. Let me get rid of some of this. Now you may have noticed when I was doing that, and while I've been messing with this whole helmet, I've been putting it straight on the bench and I'm not too concerned about it. That's because it's got a paint finish. So I'm not really bothered about the way it's handled on the bench. If this was a Stormtrooper helmet and this was the finish on the ABS, I would be using a piece of foam or something on the bench. But I'm not doing, because we're going to create a lot more surface damage on this when we sand it due to the filling of this seam. Right, okay. This one you may want to have a look at reference photographs, but this peak is slightly deeper than the sides. So we have got something drawn on. You can see a bit of something. I will say that on our original production helmet, which was production made, not screen used, this was all trimmed quite evenly, so this was quite shallow. You don't want that, you want it a little bit deeper. When we made the tools, we allowed for this so that we could get it how we wanted it, because we appreciated it was wrong. Okay, so we're going to trim this piece out. We've already trimmed the bottom out, so to allow this face to go in. And then the bottom of the face itself, this again has got a definite curve all the way around here. So you get that, you get a jawline. This is not straight. If I just hold something straight up to these 2 points, you see that curve? If I can handle it. Yeah, see the curve that's going on? And it does make all the difference. So there's a curve to this. It curves down and then round. On this there is a curve here. It's not a straight cut as you might expect, certainly if you're looking at the Black Series helmet where it's very angular. It's not like that. We want to put those curves in, and we're kind of going to sand. We're going to sand that shape in, if you like, because it's not quite there at the moment. Okay, let's trim again. Oh, before we do trim, there are areas like this and the front and the back on this piece where we've got an extra joining piece on the inside. You see it there? That makes this thicker, and the same on this front piece. So when you're sanding this curve in around here, watch out for that, because there's a lot more material to move, double the material on this point than there is next to it, and you can quite easily end up sanding too much away next to that, because you're sanding away at it thinking it's double, and then you move to the side of it and you know you're going to get a dip. So just be careful, back off a little bit when you're on this area. I've not even got it 100% finished yet, but we're going to fill it and then we can always go at it again, even with just a bit of rolled up sandpaper, using Paul's favourite action. Okay, let's trim that face. So I've took most of the weight out. I've not actually fine-tuned this yet. I've just took the majority of that out of there. You can do it other ways. You can use the cutting head on the Dremel if you really wanted to. Or you can use other ways, a knife or shears or whatever. I usually don't do that. I will just take the weight out of it with the sanding bob and then come back to it. Now these lines that are on there, these were just the guides from when we were building the helmet. So what I want to do is, again, run my finger down so I've got that same distance. All the way across the visor. And you're going to want to check that, make sure you're happy with that it's looking straight. It's not yet because I've not trimmed it, but I'm going to trim it out now. So I've got a line. That's a better edge. I'm happy with that. If you can see that there, yeah. Okay, so we're going to go a little thinner on the sides, up to a nice point here, and then a little thinner on this side, and then keep this a little bit fatter. And again, it's not perfectly straight. It has got a little rise to it. Okay, so although this looks like a very angular helmet, it has got some curves. You can see that there, can't you? There are curves all around the helmet, and we're going to follow those. Looks angular, it's very curvy.
It's the best angle to get it at.
Okay, I'm going to get in on these corners here. I'm going to get on the corners here with some sandpaper because I don't want to risk putting the Dremel with all those RPMs too close to the face. It's not going to gain me anything. Okay, let's trim out that bottom and put that nice curve in just here. The all important curve in there. Now, there is a little bit too much weight on there. I don't want all of that, so I'm gonna trim a little off first. So as you can see, there's we want to be just about here. Can't really draw it on. There's not the angle to do it, but I've got all of this extra that I don't need, so I'm just going to trim that off first. So I don't want to go straight up to this line, because almost think of it as that's the edge and then this part here is the return. So you can see how I've drawn it on. That's what I want. I want to keep a little bit of that. Okay, so this is where this is our starting point, and now I'm going to use the Dremel. Can you get that? I need to secure it against my body. Right, so hopefully you can see, if I hold it up here against me, you should be able to see that curve that I'm talking about. There you go, you can see that kind of return edge that's on the bottom. It's not strictly speaking a return edge in the usual sense, because it doesn't necessarily go underneath, you know, it's at an angle, but it is return edge. It's doing the same with this helmet, giving it more strength because of that fold in the plastic. And then from underneath, look at the symmetry on that. Yes, that's sarcasm. It's not symmetrical. It's a Star Wars helmet. It was hand built. That's the sort of thing that you're not going to notice, but your eye is subliminally going to see it, and it's going to look correct. That's what it's like. Don't look as asymmetrical when you hold it like that. Okay, and that is basically the trimming done. There are a couple of little areas like down here where I would go at it with sandpaper, maybe just on these corners. But other than that, that is the bulk of our trimming done. And I think that's as much trimming as I would be concerned about doing at this stage. Now, we need to look at the seam and remove that, so that we have got two complete pieces. Right, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm just going to throw a little bit of this plastic weld down the seam and around all the little pieces on the inside. If you don't use plastic weld, you've not got any accessible, it's not super important. You can just go straight at this with the filler that we're going to use, which is going to bond it together anyway. But it's just belt and braces, doesn't take long. I have it on hand, just makes the job the best that I think I can do. So I'm literally just going to paint that weld in there, let it find its way into all the seams. So this stuff, if you've not used it before, it's got the consistency of water. It's a solvent, and it's just going to melt the plastic and fuse all the touching plastic components together. It's a well-used adhesive in model making and in a lot of the other Star Wars helmets. There, you don't have to make this look pretty, stick it on fairly liberally. Okay, I'm just going to go around the inside. If you remember all of our little tabs that are holding it together on the inside, you can make yours look even prettier if you really want to spend the time on it. There's absolutely no need though. So we super glued these in, but this is going to get in any nooks and crannies it can find and just hold it all together. So when I'm applying this, I'm just going up to the edge of the piece. It's going to find its way in there. Daub it all on there. It is possible to skip this stage, but I like it. It just bonds it all together. Before you move on, you know you've done the best you can for it. Big piece of part that was deburred. Right, okay, so what I've noticed here as I've been doing this is there's not a little tab piece in the back. If you can see there, we've got the joining tab in the front here, we've got a piece in the front here, but there's not one in the back here, and that means there's nothing supporting these two pieces other than the face. So over time there is potential for a crack to appear there. We don't want that, so I'm just going to stick another little tab in there. Literally just a little bit of ABS. Oh, that's lovely. I almost guessed that completely spot on. Right, so what I'll do is, as soon as I've got the plastic weld out, just clamp that in place, and I'll just paint a little bit of the plastic weld on it. Oh, look at that. I've decided to be really kind on this one and stick a little bit there. I'm not going any further. You don't want to go into the corners. We're not gluing that. You can see there actually the gaps, can't you? Just in the edges in this corner section here. I'm not putting any glue there at all. These are loose. I don't know if you can see that flexing. You see that movement? I can make it move. There you go. You see that, can't you? I move my fat fingers. Okay, we're leaving that. Okay, that plastic weld's pretty much gone off now. Quick acting stuff. You don't want this to pool up because it can start eating the plastic, melting too much, so don't allow it to pool up. So I wouldn't have it sat that way. He says with this one down, I didn't put that much in, that was a different area. A little bit on the outside there. Okay, put my top back on the plastic weld because this is a solvent and it does evaporate. Right, while that one's going off, what I'm quickly going to do is just run over this with my palm sander and just try and get two sides a little bit more even, and then we'll fill the gap. So I've got palm sander here with, this is 100 grit. I don't like to go crazy on it because this is going to have a paint finish. The more you rough it up, the more you're going to need to sand with the lower grades to get rid of all those marks before you come to paint. You don't want all the scratches underneath your paint. You don't want that. Okay, one tip I will give you, when you're sanding the top, as you've got your sander on there, you're putting weight on and it's gonna bow down because this has got flex on it. You can see that, can't you? And that would be the case if you're not using a palm sander, if you're just using the sandpaper and a block. As you're pushing on it, you can see that flexing there. So I like to just hold it, give it some opposite flex, just cradle it, push it together a little bit, and it's just going to make this a little bit tighter. Okay, that's about as much sanding as I want to do at this stage. We've just got any really big high spots out of the way, and that's going to give us a nice base to put the filler that we're going to use on the helmet. Now I don't want to start changing the shape, I just literally want to get rid of the seam. Okay, now the same is going to apply on this piece. Obviously it's a lot smaller and a lot easier. Don't know, just before I started sanding, I don't know if you recall, where this joined, there was a slight raised area on one side. That's gone now. But don't worry about the plastic and thinking, oh, it's thin plastic. In all of this area, we have got more plastic behind it. So you've got all your jointing strip basically doubling up the thickness of the plastic in this area. I'll continue. Okay, again, that's as much as I need to do at this point. As you're looking at this, if your peak or the visor here looks like it's bellowing out a little bit at the front, there, can you see that? Can you see how it's got, that's the front edge and you can still see it from this angle, but you can't here. That's correct, that's what it should be doing. Again, that's one of the curves in the helmet. It's not all right angles, so don't worry about that. In fact, I'd worry if you've not got that, because you're going to have a problem somewhere down the road. Okay. Right, I'm going to put some filler on this. Let's it's a dusty job. You may want to wear a mask, especially if you've not got a whole lot of ventilation in your area. This is quite a big area, so I'm not overly concerned. It's just a very small amount of dust for me. Okay, so what I'm going to use is a car body filler, our good old friend Bondo. This is the brand today. Tomorrow we might be using a different one. We're not hard and fast on it. Easy sand. Yeah, I like it. Okay, spread it on what you would usually spread your body filler on. Smaller tins are available. I'm going to use an old silicone mold here just so I can peel it off afterwards, and any residue throw it in the bin and I'm nice and clean, ready to go again. But cardboard, piece of waste plastic, old cereal packet, whatever you've got that's a nice flat clean surface. Oh, that was difficult to get into, wasn't it? Again, if you don't like the smell of this, you may want to use a mask. Probably advisable. I'm not going to mix a massive amount of this up because I'd rather mix a little bit more if I've not got enough than mix too much and it go off and I just end up with it all over the place. Does this need puncturing? Nope, it's good to go. Here we go. So they usually recommend P to a golf ball. You just have to imagine what a P next to a golf ball would look like, I guess. But you don't need a whole lot of this hardener in there. If you didn't want to use body filler, you could use scrap ABS melted down and give it a good few hours to make kind of a mush paste. I think previously I've shown building them with that. Both methods work really well. If you've got a good quality body filler, you're going to be fine. Okay, so I've not mixed a whole shed load of this, and that's because I don't like to put a load of body filler on. Everything you put on that's extra, you need to sand off. So you don't want to put a ton of it on and then spend a lot of time sanding it off. It makes no sense. What I would recommend is put a thin coat on, give it a sand. You're probably going to need a little bit more. Just go with another coat. You don't need to, don't try and get it all in one go, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because you're just going to end up with a load of body filler that's gone off that you didn't have time to work with and a lot more sanding than you really need. I'm using a palm sander. You don't need to. You can block and paper it. It all works absolutely fine. In fact, we did that for many years. Just getting old and lazy now, I guess. And again, I'm trying to get rid of the seam here. I want to stress that I'm not trying to build up shapes that aren't there to get the two pieces to go together. Hopefully you've done that in your build stage. Body filler is fine to use on this. We see this on production made Y-wings, especially where the two halves don't meet up that fantastically, and body filler was their friend. They did actually sculpt some of the shaping on that using body filler in the recess round the back. if you've got any slight gaps in the plastic tabs that you use to join the two halves, and the body filler kind of goes inside, looks a bit like when you're emptying the toothpaste, that's fine, just let it go off. You don't even need to do anything with it. I am kind of coming at the other side of this, you know, the gap here, so there's a little bit on the inside. It's all just going to give it a little bit more strength. Now, you're going to need something to put that on, because you don't want that back edge touching. Okay, we're not gone yet, but we're going. That's a good sign. If you're doing this somewhere in hotter climes, although I don't know where because Manchester is blistering right now. That's sarcasm. Your body filler is going to go off a lot quicker. Okay, I'm relatively happy with that. That's gone rather nicely. Just going to wipe the excess off my spreader. They're really cheap, they only give you one spreader. We were lucky we had a spreader. Usually I cut down a piece of waste plastic. Right, filled. That is the helmet filled. From here, it's just a case of sanding, whether you use palm sander or a block and paper, and you get in there and just sand it. The choice is yours. But literally now, that is a case of sanding flat. You may see a couple of imperfections. Hopefully they will only be in small areas. Go it again with the filler, reapply, sand again. You may need to do it a third time, you may need to do it a fourth time, you may need to do it more times depending on how good your build was. But the filler is the key at this point. And once you have sanded away, you should have something that resembles, here's my blue Peter section, should have something that resembles this. Now I didn't build this one, and earlier on when I was talking about the scratches you get in the plastic, there you can see they've all been filled with this, with the top coat of the fine filler. But I would say save yourself a lot of time, you don't need to do that. So this is what it looks like when it's all sanded flush. Exactly what you would expect. And then with primer applied, it's dusty, it still needs flattening off. The primer's not been rubbed down, but that's what you're going to end up with. Very dusty. So this needs flattening off. Flattening off is just where the well, that needs a bit of a final sand as well, just in there. But flattening off is just taking the roughness out of the primer. This is a high build primer that's been sprayed on it. Just a fine sandpaper. Take all that off, and we're going to be ready for paint. Just so you can see the inside, so you can see that it is a joined helmet. Move that out of the way. There again, you can see that curve. Now it's in primer, you can see it even better, can't you? So that is building the helmet, trimming the helmet out, adding the filler, sanding it, and preparing it for paint. It's not difficult to do the fill. The build is the key part. When you get to the filling, it's just time, effort with your sanding and getting the finish that you want. If you're not happy with it, continue with it. But my advice would be use sparing amounts of filler. Don't try and build a shape up that's not there. Hold it tight while you're sanding so that you're not bellying this, because then you'll end up with something that resembles an arse crack, and you don't want that. And that's it. One last piece before we leave this section of the build that we've not done. The snout here, the vac forming process means things bend round corners to produce the shapes. The snout here needs to be sanded. That needs to be sanded flat. So I'll just show you exactly what I mean. Again, you can do this with block and paper or with the palm sander. So we're just sharpening up that to give it that nice flat front, just like one of my dogs. Flat nose. There it is. Just took a little bit of that round off. And that's it for the sanding. That's all you need to do. So what have we got left? We've got painting the helmet, and then we've got installing the decals, the chin strap, the snout, and the hard hat liner. And then we will have a finished helmet. I don't really know if I'm going to be able to show you the painting as in depth, but I mean, painting's painting. If you've sprayed something, you've sprayed something, and that's what we're going to use to paint this, obviously. Right, so that is our, let me just see how this is gone. Yeah, it's pretty much gone. So that is our build. That is the built helmet, trimmed and prepped with the body filler to remove the seam. Then we've got our sanded version. Sanded version, and then first primed version. So this journey has taken us from the kit, unbuilt, to built, to trimmed, to filled, to sanded, to primed, and ready for paint. Welcome back, guys. Rob, RS Prop Masters, and I am going to be finishing the Scout helmet. You may remember that we built this over the last couple of videos that you've been watching, and we're going to put some paint down, and then we're going to get to the real finishing, which is applying the Waterslide decals, which is an art in itself. If you've never made an Airfix model, you're going to want to see that. Installing the visor, the hard hat liner, and generally just finishing it off and appreciating our work. So let's get down to this. Come with me now. So, don't worry, I'm not about to wash up. This is just a container for my water, because what I am going to do is wet sand our primered helmet. So we built this helmet. I've primed it with a grey primer, which is what we think they used based on reference images. You might be able to look at one now by the magic of video, where we can see a little bit of the grey poking through. So what I need to do is flat this off. Because we used the filler, or because it was the way that the helmet's joined, if you don't flat it off, it's going to come through on your finished top coat, and we don't want that. So I've also put a little bit of stopper in this, which is interesting because we did have a comment, which is on screen now, saying, have you ever used the 1K stopper? We do. It's not to hand. We just open that drawer there and see if you can... Oh no, it's there. Looks like a tube toothpaste. Thank you. I was expecting you to throw it. So we did have a question if we use this. Now we do use this. You don't have to use this. But when I put the primer down, there were some very small little imperfections that I could see. I use this, which is kind of like a body filler, but you don't mix it together. It comes out the tube just like toothpaste. You smear it on and it will go off and harden all by itself, and Bob's your uncle. Now this stuff is for really, really fine scratches or imperfections. We had some really fine stuff on this, and I'm just giving it a go. I've also got a big run from the primer, but I'm not concerned about that because I know I'm going to flat it off. So this is painted in a filler primer. Just gives us a nice thick coat to work with. That's why I'm going to sand it off. There are other ways of doing this. This is the way we do it. We find it's the quickest for us. You don't have to do it this way. If you just basically, we need to get primer on here, and then I'm recommending that you flat the primer off before you go to top coat. So I'm just going to give this a sand down, and then we'll be ready for the white. I don't know how much of this that you're going to want to show. What I will say is I'm using a 320 grit sandpaper with water. I'm letting the paper and the water do the work here. What I don't want is to sand through the primer. Okay, so I've sanded that down, used my wet and dry abrasive paper. I've used my wet and dry abrasive paper, 320s, give it a good rub over. I'm just feeling everything. You're not really going to be able to see this. If you can see it, obviously you need to carry on, but you need to just give it a feel. Yeah, caress the helmet, get your hands all over it, give it a rub, and just check it out. Make sure you've got no imperfections. And I'm quite happy with that. If you can feel any rough spots, you might want to address those. A little bit something there. We're not going crazy on this. I'm just trying to get it flattened back, ready for the top coat. We've got rid of that stopper. You can see the small imperfections that were there. That's it. We could prime it again. I don't think it's going to need it. ABS holds paint so well. This is all going to hold its paint beautifully. I'm very happy with that. And we're basically ready for the top coat. We didn't show painting this. We used a 2K primer, and to apply this I need an air-fed mask and stuff, and Clarky didn't want to wear somebody else's mask, and there was no point in buying one just to show painting this. It's spraying. The chances are you're going to use a rattle can and just give it a spray outside in some ventilation. That'll be absolutely fine. So I think we're ready for top coat on this now. I need this to be perfectly dry and free from dust. We're very lucky we live in the super hot climate of Manchester. If you don't, then give it a little bit more time. A good paint finish is in the preparation. It's worth spending those extra few minutes just to get it right. So I'm going to get this dry and we're going to prep for the top coat. So I'll dry this off. I previously have done the face. It's the exact same process. As you can see, it's starting to dry and we've got all the dust on it. So I'm just going to give these a wipe down, yeah, like a carer, and then we'll get on to the next phase. A lot of cracking noises. Okay, I'm going to let this thoroughly dry and we'll get on to the next phase of painting the top coat. Let's prep this for white paint. It's had a bit of time to dry out. All depends on your environment, how long that's going to take. We've given it a few minutes here. Given it a wipe. Now I'm going to give it a wipe with the panel wipe, which is like solvent cleaner, just to remove any grime that might still be on there. Okay, if you've not got panel wipe stuff, you can skip this. We'll just try and prep it. Because of what we do here, we're trying to minimize any issues that we can have, because we don't want issues and we don't want to have to correct problems. If you get a problem, you've probably got more time to throw at it than we have because of the way we operate. But if you ever painted something and got a weird reaction, probably because there's something on there. We like to call it a contaminant. But yeah, want to avoid that, so just giving it a wipe down. Just try and remove any problems that we may encounter. So for this I'm using the panel wipe and a lint-free cloth, which is actually a microfiber one, but they didn't have them 50 years ago, and Clarky made a big point to me that this isn't a 50-year-old technique. So lint-free cloth, that's what they used to call it back in the day. I would say it smells nice. It's a solvent-based product, but it doesn't smell nice at all. As I'm doing this, it's leaving this sheen on the helmet, and that's a good way of spotting it. As I'm doing this, it's leaving a sheen on the helmet, and that's a good way to spot any imperfections that you may have missed, if there are any. We'll give that a moment to evaporate. Don't know how long it takes to evaporate. Can you see that? Keep touching it and it's... See you shortly. So our panel wipe has evaporated. Our helmet is free from contamination. I'm just going to give it a wipe over now with our tack cloth just to remove any dust particles prior to the top coat. A tack cloth is a tacky cloth, and as you rub it over the piece that we're about to paint, it removes any dust or imperfections. Well, no, dust. Just dust. It removes any dust and debris from the helmet. So, especially dust from the sanding process that we've done. Painting your helmet is all about preparation. Stuff. So I'm going to mix the paint up. We use a spray gun. I'm going to use cellulose, car paint, automotive paint you may call it. Let me just get it around. You do not have to use this. This is what we use. If you're going to use a rattle can, that's fine. We have used rattle cans in the past, some time ago, but can be problematic because we go through a lot of the rattle cans when we do that, so it's just not really how it should be done in our environment. But I can fully understand if you haven't got a professional paint spray set up and you're going to be using a rattle can. All we're trying to do is get the paint from whatever container, receptacle it is in, onto our helmet. It's one of the reasons why the painting process is not been gone into in great depth on this video. When I've painted it, if I remember, may go through some of the issues that you might have and how to rectify them. But what that's going to involve is sanding and waiting. And time is the enemy of the prop maker. Time already takes up far too much of the process. So anything we can do to make things easier and more consistent, we will do. And this is one of those things. Not an essential step for you at home making your helmet. Okay, I need to move from here into the spray booth, like this. Hey guys, welcome back to the next phase of the build, and we're going to go from where we're at now to this, the finished helmet. So this is probably in tutorial world what they will call the money shot. So we've got the main shell of the helmet, and we've got the front of the helmet, the visor section to finish. Then we're going to marry them two together permanently, well not permanently, but permanently as we want to do. So let's get on with this. Now this has already been weathered. By the magic of video we will show you that at some point, but I'm not overly interested in the weathering at the moment. What I'm interested in is getting this helmet finished. So let's do this. So we're going to put the visor in, which comes pre-cut like this, like a little bra. There she is, pre-cut to our helmet size. Why don't we just do a TikTok thing when I drop it and then it's in from behind like that?
Not 12-year-old girls.
Okay then. Right, so let's explain how we go from this to this. Basically we do what I just did. We're going to stick it in there. So I'm going to put it in there and I'm going to feel with my fingers. Just to get it centralised so that there's enough overlap everywhere we want it. I don't know if you could hear that, but it sounded like something driving past. Crazy. So I'm holding it up to the light to check that the lens material is covering the eyes evenly all the way around. You're not going to see it from there, and it looks great from there, but let's just double check. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Could probably go a bit higher actually. So, over many years now, I've discovered that this is the best way of attaching one of these visors. A lot of experience, time and effort has gone into learning this method that I've developed over many years. I don't do this. Jason has just been informing me how to do it so I can inform you how to do it, because Jason has been doing this for many years. So here we go. Let's glue it in. I'm going to mark it down the sides. We're only going to glue the two sides, similar to the face, when we attach that, if you remember. I'm going to use a bit of super glue. You could use, if you're not confident, you could use hot glue or other methods to achieve this same end result. I'm just showing you what I do as of about 10 minutes ago. For the first time. Let's see how easy this is, because I am doing this for the first time with you guys. Could you hear that car alarm on the headphones? That's all right. Can you see that, yeah, on the overhead? Excellent. Good stuff. So I'm just going up to the edge. Not over the edge, just up to the edge. Now this stuff does stick like the proverbial. Just double check, make sure I've not slipped in any way. Right, so that is fixed. I'm going to leave the tape on. I'm just going to put a little bit of glue around the edges. And what I'm doing is I'm allowing it to just find its way down the edge. It's just going to seep in, find that seal, give it a bond. And being careful not to get it on the top of the visor on the inside, otherwise it'll all run down. We don't want that. You don't want to go too far because you don't want it to run down the inside. Now, I don't know if I said this at the beginning, but there is a protective film on there. Do make sure you take it off on the inside before you start gluing it down, otherwise you're just going to glue the film to the face. Okay? Obviously I did take it off, I don't know if I showed that, but I've not got film on, and it is attached. That's it, the visor is in. Okay, next up I'm going to put the greeblie on the front. Okay, now you can just glue this, but I'm not the biggest fan of just gluing it. So we have a little screw here, tiny little one, if you can see that. It's very small. Tiny little screw. And I'm going to use that to secure the snout in permanent. You don't want it falling off. You don't want to be looking surprised when you're out on a troop and your greeblies fell off.
It doesn't just show where you drilled.
Okay, well I'll do that in a second. I purposely didn't show where I drilled because I forgot about showing where I drilled. So I'm just kind of lining this up to the bottom there. And if we change the angle, okay, you can see. So my greeblie is now in the place where I want it, and I'm just going to mark the hole there. Okay, I've gone a little bit high on that. It's going to be fine, but maybe go just a tiny bit lower. Let's have a look. I've not really got anything to measure it with. You want about a finger width across your bottom. Finger width. I'm a little bit high, but it's fine. It's not going to cause me any problems because I'm not going too deep. As long as I've got a nice thickness of resin. There you go. I would suggest that you go about 1/2 inch. I've gone a little bit above that, and I'm not sat bang in the middle of the greeblie. So if you go 1/2 inch, you're not going to have any problems. I'm just being a little bit risky, but it's paid off. Right, let's try and use the wrong screwdriver to screw this in because I've not got a Phillips to hand. That is now held in place and I'm very happy with it. Safe in the knowledge that it's not going to fall off unexpectedly. Can't beat a mechanical fix. Right, that's the front just about done. Now we're going to get the back finished off. We can make the two together, which is very simple, and that is the end of the process. Right, so the main shell of the helmet. We still need to apply the stickers and decals. We need to put our liner inside, and we need to add our chin strap. That's the word. So first of all, you need to cut some slots in this. You will see a couple of little indents, so like two tiny little drill holes either side. Not drill holes, they're impressions. Let me see if you can see them on this side. Yeah, can you see that? And I'm just drawing a line. Oh, not very well. Drawing a line between them. My God, look at that. And up here, because our elastic is going to pass through these. So I'm going to cut the slots now to allow the plastic to go through. Right, it's the same way we cut the slots that go into this chin strap. It felt a bit loose. So I've cut the majority of the slot out because the shape of the tool. I'm going to finish this off with a little needle file. So you're looking to make this the same width as the elastic. I'll give you a quick, like so. You don't really want your slot to be a lot longer. You can afford for it to be a little bit narrower because it's going to grip the elastic a little. But it's an inch, and that's what the shot should look like in the end. If you prefer, you can do this before you paint if you're a bit nervous, which I can fully understand. I just need to get my file going. See if I can feed it in there. Okay, I'm happy with that thickness. Let's get this one done. So the thickness of the needle file is about the thickness of the slot that you're looking for. Right, I'm happy with that. I'm going to drill the holes for the hard hat liner. Then we're going to have a little clean up. Then we're going to start adding all the components. So my hard hat liner, I'm going to drill a 4mm hole just here. So there is this indented section here, and we're going right there because this is a wider part of the helmet than if we did it back here. We don't want that. That's where we want the hole. Helmet's rolling away. It's rolling away. Right. I'll get my holes in. Like so. And one exactly the same on this side. Right, that is from the main shell, that is all the slits and holes, everything that we need to complete the build. So at this point I'm going to give it a clean out before I start attaching the tape into the back. Okay, so we're going to put black tape on the inside. Now this is a 30mm tape. I don't know what that is in 1¼ inch. And it's a black electrical harness tape, if you want to search it up. We don't put it in the kit because it comes on a roll and we need to have a roll for every helmet, and then that means we always got to keep a massive stock of them, and then that's something that we probably won't have when it's absolutely required. So it's easier for us to recommend you get your own, or you can use another method. So I'm just taping a line of this on the inside here. So what we end up with is a black patch in the helmet, and the idea of that is when you look from down the front of the helmet, down these from the front, even when the wearer is wearing the helmet, you can see that black patch. And that's it. As I said, you can use a multitude of other things. You could use some thin EVA foam. You could just paint it. You could paint the whole helmet interior black. But this is what was on, well, this is what came on the original production made helmet that we bought. So we just go with this. I'm thinking I would use a scalpel for this, but I can't find the scalpel. I'm not sure where I've put it. So I'm just using a Stanley knife, which really needs its blade changing. Watch out for the curvature of the helmet, throwing it off so you end up with a white patch in the middle. You don't want that, and that's it. I've just had my scalpel. I've literally been using it here. Tied it up. Can't locate it. There, I found it. Okay, so we've now got black inside our ears. And it's literally just the inside of the helmet. Right, let's get this hard hat liner screwed in there. So I'm just going to drill a 4mm hole right in the front corner here. Be careful of your fingers. So here is our hole, and we're going to have a rivet going through there. Okay, that's what it's going to look like on the inside of the helmet. Now, we usually do this. There are these little reinforcement triangles here on the arm which connects it to the actual headband. You can leave them in, however, it becomes quite a pinch point in the helmet. So we usually just remove those . Like so. Can you see that? So this has still got the corner in there, and here it is removed. And when I remove the one out the front, it's going to give this a little bit more play. It just allows it to sit a little bit more comfortably on the head. There we go. So that's the difference there. This side removed, this side with them still there. It just allows it to flex a little bit easier. Makes it a little bit more comfortable, especially if you've been wearing it for a while. And you're probably going to want to wear it for a while when you get this made, because why wouldn't you? Very soft, this plastic. Super easy to cut this out. Lovely. So the rivet's going through, going into the liner, passing through the liner, washer on the back. Not sure if you're going to see it. It's very complicated what's going on in here, really, for what it is. So there's a liner, a rivet, and a washer. So I'm holding the washer in place, and I'm using the rivet gun. Once the rivet starts to get a grip, I won't need to hold the washer anymore. Okay, that's now held on the one side. That's about where it's going to sit. So again, I'm going to put the washer in there. You can see the washer down there. Slip this hard hat liner over it.
Say that again, you said you're going to put the washer in there and see rivet.
All right, sorry. So the rivet, there's the rivet in place through our hole. Hard hat liner is pushed over the rivet through the hole that we drilled. Washer on the end. And we'll close that rivet. There is some adjustment in this. I'm just going to close that a little on the headband. That's kind of what we've got now. That's where we're at. You can see that. We've got the liner installed. I can make that a little bigger. That's just the default setting it comes with. You're probably going to want to open that up to something like that, but as big as it will go within the confines of the helmet. Okay. Right, let's add the chin strap and we're done. So again, front of the chin strap. This is the front. I'm going to put that in the right way, otherwise it's going to be pretty funny. So I'm feeding this in through the two top slots, or out I should say. So the beginning of the chin strap, or the chin strap begins inside, comes out of these two slots, the higher level, and then goes back in at the lower level. Like so. Exits the helmet up here, enters down the bottom. And this is the bit that we're going to glue. So I'm literally putting it onto the elastic directly. Close that up. That frayed edge there, I'm just getting that with a little bit of the little bit of plastic burr there to come off. Just going to put a little bit of elastic, super glue on there just to tidy up that frayed edge a little bit. Just there. Nice. Okay. Exact same the other side. What about the other angle? Will that get it? Don't need to go crazy with the glue. And again, that frayed edge, I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on there just to help hold it down. If you've got anything like a spreader to hand, you can use that. I have prop maker's fingers, which are always glued up. Get my reserve activator out. And that is the chin strap. That is our chin strap in place. Oh, okay. I'll show you when warm, because this is the this is just perfection, isn't it? So when you're putting your helmet on, you may want to get you, if you go to the overhead there, I get my fingers inside, pull the chin strap down and forwards to clear it, and then I give that a little bit of a flex. These two mandibles. I remove that without the chin strap flicking up right into my nose. Right, let's attach the fixings to hold these two pieces together. So if you've got a nice snug fit, with your bolt, it will just sit in there. And now I have to really feel my way to find the thread, but eventually you will find it. There's the hard hat liner in there. You kind of go behind it. You'll work it out. It's not difficult. It's just not straightforward as finding the thread. Nice satisfying click. So I'm going to have to go in right-handed. Don't be overly concerned about that hard hat liner that's in there. You can move it out of your way quite easily. I'm just working that onto the thread now using this like a ratchet. There we go, happy with that. Clicking that hard hat liner back into place on the top adjustment. And that is basically our finished helmet. Everything is now installed. Oh, no it's not. No it's not. I need to do the decals, don't I? Right, so I'm going to apply the decal on the back first of all. So our decal is going to want to sit about here. So we want it kind of here and level with the top of this. So I'm going to put something here as an aid. The best thing you've got for doing this is your eyes. That's kind of where I want it. I don't know if you can see that, there's a lot of light colours going on. But here's my masking tape guide. So we need to remove each individual black line onto the application tape. Please do comment below if you've ever had one of these and you took each black line off individually and placed it on there. I'm just trying to free it from its backing paper. Once you get it started, it's not too bad, but the key is getting it started, getting it to lift. I'm sure when this stuff was invented, the first time it was used, the guy was like, yeah, and then you just pull this off and away you go. Just talk amongst yourselves. Right, I've removed them off now. This one here's gone a little bit cockeyed. I'm just gonna coax it back to where I want it. I'm trying not to touch them because the adhesive side is up on the thing that we want to stick down. Okay, just make sure they're pretty flat on there. You don't want any lumps and bumps. We've got one there, but I think we'll get away with it. Okay, you ready? Just gently rub that bad boy off. Probably not my best expression. Right, so the lines are on the helmet and off the backing paper, the application paper, as I believe it's called. So now I'm just going to give them a proper rub to the helmet. If you found something amusing in what I just said, that is on you. It is not on me. Right. Shall we do these while we're here? Okay. So if you've ever had an Airfix model kit, you're going to know exactly what's going on here. We're going to have these sit in some warm water so they release from the backing paper, and then we are going to slide them into place on the helmet. Okay, it's probably going to be the easiest thing we've ever done. To apply our Waterslide decals, I have some hot water. This is straight from the tap, it's not boiling water, it's just hot tap water. So I'm just going to put our decal in there. We want to leave it in there about 15 seconds. I'm just going to leave that to soak. Okay, I'm just letting those soak a little bit, let them accept that water. Don't know if you can see that, but it's starting to get a bit slidey. So I'm putting it into position, roughly where I want it. And I'm bringing it off the paper. Oh my God. It's a bit wrinkly. Right, that's the first one on, and I'm happy with that. Let's get the second one on. It's wrinkly. We've not got any folds though. Right, get plenty of water on there. That's lovely. Right, I'll just block that with a paper towel. Right, I'm going to let that dry naturally. Right, while that's drying, I'll wet out the front ones. So just leave them in the water about 15 seconds. Then give them a bit of time for that to really take. A couple of minutes. Sat here on the bench. All the while the back of the helmet is drying out. This is not a job to rush. A few minutes now, you can appreciate them for the lifetime of your helmet. Okay, this one is definitely one you need to eyeball. Don't measure this, because this is Star Wars we're talking about, and these helmets, even this one, is not symmetrical. Can you see that? Okay, the last one, which is going to go here, and it's going to be about level with there, and then squared off. Let's try it. Okay, now it's on, it's off the backing paper, we can square that up. They're funny little things because it looks like it isn't moving, and all of a sudden it will move so freely and take you by surprise. Just fingering it into place. So, right, I'm pretty happy with that. I don't want to overdo it. And again, I think it's definitely worth saying, this is how they were done 40 plus years ago. They're not applied by robots, all uniquely uniform. They were hand applied, and that means variation. Okay, so it's about this time, when you've applied all of your water slides, that you go back to look at your amazing work and you find that all the other ones have all wrinkled and been totally destroyed while you've been handling it. So let's hope we're good. And that is our complete helmet. Now, you may want to give those decals a little tweak with the weathering, a toothbrush or a fine mist, however you want. Aesthetically, this is now in the realms of your personal choice. But that is how you build Scout Trooper helmet. I thank you. There it is, guys. The RS Scout Trooper helmet. That's how to build it. That's how we build it. You can use as much or as little of that tutorial as you need to create this helmet. Obviously, that's the way I'm recommending to build it. So thanks for watching, guys. There will be more tutorials on how we build all of the props here at RS Prop Masters on our channel. So do check them out. Come back, get involved, like, comment, let us know what you think, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks, guys.